טוב ומה נעים, שבת אחים גם יחד. הנה מה טוב ומה נעים, שבת נשים גם יחד. הנה מה טוב, שבת כולנו יחד. הנה מה טוב, שבת כולנו יחד. הנה מה טוב ומה נעים, שבת כולנו יחד. הנה מה טוב ומה נעים, שבת כולנו יחד. הנה מה טוב ומה נעים, שבת אחים גם יחד. הנה מה טוב ומה נעים, שבת נשים גם יחד. הנה מה טוב, הנה מה טוב, יא לה לה יא לה 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 לה. הנה מה טוב, הנה מה טוב, יא לה לה יא לה 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 לה. הנה מה טוב ומה נעים, שבת כולנו יחד. הנה מה טוב ומה נעים, שבת כולנו יחד.
Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Good Yantiv, Chag Sameach. We are once again doing something unprecedented. Once again, we are doing something new. Once again, we are doing something that never before has been done in Jewish history. And we're all together for that. I want to welcome the 50 folks who are here in the sanctuary for the Seder, which will follow our shorter service for Shabbat tonight. And I want to welcome everybody who's joining us online. And these are complicated times we're in. And finally, we figured out how to do something on Zoom or live streaming. And now we're back to figuring out how to do both at once. So tonight is a huge experiment. Never before have we at CBST done a Pesach Seder with a Shabbat service, in person for the first time in 3 years, and online for the first time ever. Ever. We've done it online only for the last 2 years, but never this combination. So it's quite exciting. And for those who are watching online and will stay with us for the Seder, we hope you have your Seder plate somewhat set up. And we will, with thanks to Sharon Golub, who is our online guide to tonight's service and Seder, be able to provide both the service, the Siddur, and the Haggadah for the service, for the Seder later. So thank you to Sharon Golub. There are many, many hands that had to go into making this work tonight. It's more complicated than it looks. But the first thing is that I want to thank everybody who's here for participating in our fairly strict protocols to gather. Everybody who's here has to be double vaxxed and with a booster shot, has to sign an attestation form from sometime today. And we ask all of you who are in the room with us to maintain wearing a mask over your nose and under your chin at all times, except when you're actively eating or drinking. Okay? In order to stay safe, we're asking everybody to do that. And we're going to try not to bunch up in groups, as always. We've learned how to do these things. And for those of you at home, hello, good Shabbos and Chag Sameach, good Yantiv to all of you. So the Friday night service is different when it takes place on a Yom Tov or on a Chol HaMoed, next week is also a Yom Tov. We don't do the Kabbalat Shabbat section of the service, so it's a much shorter service. So we will light the candles, and the only thing we do from the Kabbalat section of the service is the Psalm for Shabbat, Psalm 92. But to begin, we light the candles in your Siddur, the blue book, and the Siddur page 38 is candle lighting. And we really want to honor tonight 3 people who make CBST hum mysteriously, seamlessly, and it looks so effortless from the outside, but let me tell you, it is not. So I'd like to invite our building staff who made everything possible, that those of you who are in the room, to light our candles. Dave, Raul, and Misha Betterman, please join us and light our Shabbos candles. These remarkable human beings are our partners in creating sacred space. We could do nothing without them, and we do everything together with them. Candle lighting, page 38. Also acknowledge Misha, who is the head of this wonderful team, is originally from Kiev, from Ukraine. And tonight we have on our Seder table sunflowers to mark and to acknowledge our deep connection tonight as we talk about liberation from suffering, what the people of Ukraine are going through tonight. Thank you, Misha. Chag Sameach. Page 72, Psalm 92.
מזמור שיר ליום השבת צדיק אתה אמר יפרח כארז בלבנון יזכה
If you're able, page 78. And the nusach, the melody to which the service is davened, is a special one for festivals. So it will sound a little bit different if you've only heard the Shabbat festival. But one of the ways we indicate that time is different is how we hear it in our ears. And the music of the festival tells us it's Pesach. Page 78.
המבורך ברוך אדוני מבורך לעולם ועד ברוך אדוני מבורך לעולם ועד.
Please be seated. Page 80. Join me in the English to the asterisk. Praised are you, Eternal One, our God, ruler of all time and space, whose word brings on the evening dusk. With wisdom you open the gates of dawn. With understanding you make time pass and seasons change. You arrange the stars in the sky according to your plan. You create day and night, rolling light into darkness and darkness into light.
מעביר יום ומביא לילה ומבדיל בין יום ובין לילה אדוני צבאות שמו אל חי וקיים תמיד ימלוך עלינו לעולם ועד ברוך אתה אדוני ברוך שמו אמרי וערבים
Page 86.
אהבת עולם בית ישראל עמך אהבת תורה ומצוות חוקים משפטים אותנו לימדת על כן אדוני אלוהינו בשוכבנו ובקומנו נשיח בחוקיך ונשמח בדברי תורתך ובמצוותיך לעולם ועד כי הם חיינו לאורך ימינו לאורך ימינו ובהם נהגה יומם ולילה יומם ולילה ואהבתך אל תסיר ממנו לעולמים ברוך אתה אדוני ברוך שמו אוהב עמו ישראל שמע ישראל אדוני אלוהינו אדוני אחד ברוך שם כבוד מלכותו לעולם ועד ואהבת את אדוני אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודך והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבביך ושיננתם לבניך ודיברת בם בשבתך בביתך ובלכתך בדרך ובשוכבך ובקומך וקשרתם לאות על ידיך והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך אדוני אלוהיכם
Emet, emet. Page 94.
מי כמוך באלים אדוני מי כמוך נדר בקודש נורא תהי ברוך אתה אדוני גאל ישראל.
Page 98. Hashkivenu, we pray for God's protection, for God's help in times of famine or violence or war or suffering. Page 98.
Hashkivenu Adonai Eloheinu leshalom Vehamidenu malkeinu lechaim ufros aleinu sukat shelomecha v'takneinu beitzah tova milfanecha והושיענו למען שמך והושיענו למען שמך ופרוס עלינו סוכת שלומך ברוך אתה אדוני הפורס סוכת שלום עלינו עלינו ועל כל עמו ישראל ועל כל העמים ועל ירושלים.
Page 102. At this place, in every service in which there's a Shabbat or a Yom Tov of any kind, is where we announce the words from the Bible, thousands of years old, which speak to us in our modern time to tell us that this thing that we're about to do is something that our people have done for thousands of years in different ways, with very different textures to them. But these verses on page 102 take us back to a very tribal, ancient time. And here we are. What a miracle it is that we are here as modern people in an LGBTQ synagogue with our friends and families, welcoming Shabbat, celebrating Pesach. But our roots are in this biblical tradition. So please rise in body or spirit. The first paragraph on the top of page 102, Vishamru, is what we say every Shabbat, every Friday night to announce the Shabbat. And then the verse below it is the verse for festivals. So tonight we say both.
ושמנו בני ישראל את השבת, לעשות את השבת לדורותם ברית עולם, ביני ובין בני ישראל אותי לעולם, ביני ובני ישראל
Chetzi Kaddish, page 104, and as in every Jewish service, some time for a silent prayer. Pray the words in the Siddur which follow, or there are particular prayers and poems related to Passover on page 224 to 227. You might want to read those and reflect on those themes. But whatever you do, take this time for your own prayers, page 104.
יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבן בעלמא דברך יראותי וימליך מלכותי בחיי חון וביומי חון ובחיי דכל בית ישראל בעגלה ובזמן קריב ואמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבא מברך לעולם ולעלמי עלמיה יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשה בריחו לעילה מן כל ברכתה ושירתה תושבחתה ונחמתה דאמירן בעלמא ואמרו Jason, if we could also get the slide. You'll see soon on the, thank you, on the screen you'll see the translation of a poem by Elisa Greenblatt, a very well-known Yiddish poet, Seder Nacht, which is a piece that Joyce and I performed at my recital this past year, which was about food and Jewish life and music and how those two combine. So tonight is sort of the night in Jewish culture where food and music and ritual all combine together. And you'll see the words of this incredible poem set to this incredible music by Israel Alter, Seder Nacht. Unser Tisch steht weiß gesprayt, die Silberleichter, die Arbakoises, fahren Seder als schon greit Schmure Matzo und Charoises in weißen Kittel ungetan auf den Weichen Hessefbett sitzt der Tate oben an und die Mame bei der Seite und mir fragen die vier Kasches man ist da noch Laila Hose Mikol Haleilos Der Zelt der Tate Zäuber Meises und mir vergab der Herr in Eus. Avodim hoinu, Knecht seinen mir gewähn, beim Rosho Paro in Mitzrayim. Unser Zar hat Gott der Sehn, von Knechtschaft uns getun befreien. Men trinkt a Koise, men macht a Moizi und men hebt schon an dem Tisch. Men tunkt die Moror in die Chroises und men nimmt sich zu die Fisch. Der Tate singt noch, ist freilich und schmeichelt also lieb. Die Mame bringt Madane Melech und mir dacht, es tanzt die Stieb. Der Kos Eliyahu a Fuller steht mit reuten finkeldicken Wein. Unser Tier is eufenbreit. Eliyahu Hanovi kommt arein.
Wow, nowhere else in the world is that big enough.
That is probably
Literally.
Really, wow, the two of you, unbelievable, just spectacular. Did you say where else that was done? Did you
My
mention?
recital, yeah.
Sam's senior recital, he did that as part of his senior recital. Will you be doing it on June?
possible.
We're doing our June concert is gonna feature pieces of Sam's senior recital, and I'm gonna vote for this one. Can I get to put my vote in?
descriptive.
Oh, it's amazing. And by the way, Eliza Greenblatt was Woody Guthrie's mother-in-law.
Yeah.
It's another very interesting, weird fact of American culture and Jewish culture. Her daughter was married to Woody Guthrie. Yes, I have a long story about that, but we're not going to tell it tonight. Page 140, Aleinu, please rise and body your spirit.
Bemi עלות השמיים ויוסר הארץ, ומושבי קרוב בשמיים ממעל, ושכינתו זו בגובהי מרומים. הוא אלוהינו אין עוד, אמת מלכנו אפס זולתו, ככתוב בתורתו, וידעת היום בהשבות אל לבבך, כי אדוני הוא האלוהים בשמיים ממעל, ועל הארץ מתחת אין עוד. ונאמר והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ, ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד, ושמו
Please be seated. One reason that we feel so strongly about making sure we do the Mariv service for Friday nights, even we do the Mariv service before a CBST Seder, even if it's not Friday night, is to make sure that gathering together for those who want to say the Mourner's Kaddish, we create that space to do it. So tonight we pause before we shift into the Seder itself to recite the Mourner's Kaddish, and we extend our condolences to Anne Gregory's family and friends. Anne is a longtime CBST member who died on April 10th. Tonight we want to mark the first yahrzeit of Leah Rizak. She is so deeply missed in our community, and her partner Jane is here for this yahrzeit, and it's the first Pesach without her. And our hearts go out to you, Jane, and surround you with light and with love in this time. Other members whose yahrzeits we mark tonight include Sheldon Stone, Danny Jacobs, Lawrence Levinson, Paul Feynman, H. Wayne Barty, Dick Radvin, and Randy Hirschberg. Family and friends, Samuel Tao, Eugene Katz, Alfred Friedman, Shirley Hauser, E. Heldeman, Samuel Pierce, Oscar Kamras, Mark Howard, Sadie Maltz, Leah Orleans, Sylvia Weiss, and Robert Weber. If you are in mourning or observing a yahrzeit, or if it is your custom to stand for the Mourner's Kaddish, please do so. It is on page 150. Yitkadal v'yitkadash shemei Rabbah.
Amen.
V'yalmad divra kirutei v'yamlich malchutei v'chayechon uv'yomechon uv'chayedechol Beit Yisrael ba'agala uv'zman kariv v'yimru.
Amen.
Yehei shmei Rabbah mevorach li'olam olmei olmaya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitramam v'yitnaseh v'yitadar v'yitalev v'yitalal shemei kudsha richu le'elam min kol birchata v'shirata tush b'chata v'nechemata da'amiram b'yalma v'yimru Yehei shlama rabba min shemaya v'chayim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'yimru
Amen.
Oseh shalom b'mromav hu ya'aseh shalom aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'al kol yoshvei tevel v'yimru.
Amen.
May the one who makes peace in the heavens bring comfort to all who mourn here on earth, and let us say,
Amen.
Amen. And we end our service with V'samachta, the words that also from the Bible would tell us on each festival to have joy.
ושמחת בחגך והיית אך שמח ושמחת בחגך והיית
Page 194, top of page 194.
ושמחת בחגך והיית אך שמח ושמחת בחגך והיית שמח.
I want to acknowledge sponsors for tonight and express my personal gratitude to each. Tonight's Pesach Seder and our live streaming sponsored by Bruce Lynn, celebrating today 4 years clean and sober, a significant change for those that knew me way back when, and my joining the CBST choir. What an honor. By Rachel Monaco and Jennifer Resnick, in honor of their beloved nephew Robert Weber, Zichrono Livracha. He is incredibly missed by his little girl Lexi and his beloved wife Danielle. By Abby Tiger and Diane Hess, in memory of our beloved brother and brother-in-law Neil Tiger on the occasion of his 4th yahrzeit. You are missed every day. And by Linda Solomon and Bonnie Siegel to Rusa LGBT for their support of the Ukrainian LGBT plus community, wishing peace for Ukraine and the whole world. Aziz and Pesach, and happy Easter to all. So now we will take a 2-minute break, and we are going to shift now into the Pesach Seder. I'd like to invite one person from each table to collect the Sidorim from your table and bring it to the far corner so we can remove them. And to those of you who are joining us on live stream for the Seder, we'll be back in 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Shabbat Shalom, good Yontiv. Welcome, welcome. Woo, that was loud, huh? A little loud. Welcome, everybody. So a few words of orientation, and I want to welcome everybody here who's in the sanctuary, our first in-person Seder since 2019, and our first in-person and online Seder in forever. Actually, this is the first one. There's so many firsts that we're experiencing, and it's remarkable to look around the room. We are without masks because the 3 of us tested today so that we could lead, as we do every Friday night, without masks. But we're still deep inside the plague of the COVID virus. And you all are wearing masks to keep everybody safe as we can be together. And it's a reminder, it's such a strong reminder looking around the room to remember we are still in the middle of a modern day plague as we enter this moment of Pesach together. It's not over. It's not over by a long shot, right? So we are here. We don't know what next year will look like. And as we're taught over and over again in so many different ways, all we can do is live fully in this moment. Be grateful for whatever it's been that's allowed us to arrive to this moment and gain strength and support from each other. So we want to start tonight's Seder with our traditional expression of gratitude, the Shechianu, for having lived to be together for this moment. As we journey from the weeks and days of these last couple of years into this Pesach, this celebration of the journey toward freedom. Page 25 are the words of the Shechianu. Thank you, God, who has given us life, kept us strong, brought us to this time together.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה.
The Seder itself is a somewhat strange ritual. Here we are, we're supposed to do it around a table in our homes. We've taken it into the synagogue so that we could be together and have a community gathering. And it's done around a table with food and with many different, somewhat strange rituals, actually. For those of us who have done it a long time, we get used to them. But many of those rituals are strange, dafka, to get us to ask questions. They're there to get us to be curious. We do things differently on this night, in this Seder, in order to strengthen the muscle that's usually dead in most of us, which is the muscle of curiosity. The muscle of being interested in something else besides the very act of getting one foot in front of the other, or the energy it takes for us to live through every day we have. The Seder is there to give us a little oomph, a little zitz, to ask questions about the big things in life or the little things, but to ask questions. And our Haggadah that we use here at CBST is called a night of questions, because ultimately that's the point of the Seder, is to ask. We know the famous 4 questions, but the Seder isn't only about those questions. They're there in some ways to model for those of us. So we ask questions. So during the course of tonight, it's a little awkward having leaders like this and you and the tables, but you see Sam and I are sitting at a table. We couldn't quite do that for Joyce, but she gets to sit at a table with keys all the time. But the idea is, even if you can't have the conversation tonight, although we'll have chances to do that, think about it. Be open to it. Ask yourself what are the questions that are inspired. We'll have chance to talk tonight, but also, what doesn't make sense and what makes sense? How do you approach the world in these stories, even the ancient stories that we hear over and over again? What will you do tonight to be actually open to this collection of rituals in a particular order? So a few words of more orientation. Page 27 has the order of the service, which is, after all, what Seder itself means. This is the table of contents on page 27 of everything that we will do tonight. You could go back to it any time to know where we are exactly in these. So this is like the menu that Joyce and Sam prepare every Friday night. It is the order of everything that we will do. And there's some reason for the order, and there are other things that are there to ask the biggest questions. But the overall arch of the story of the Seder, told with a Haggadah, which means a story or to tell or to speak. A Haggadah, the book itself, is that it starts in degradation and it ends in triumph or in beauty or in liberation. The arc of the entire story that we will go on tonight, the journey that we will recreate, starts with the telling of the worst of our history, and it leads to a place of liberation. So the order, page 27. If you know it, please sing with us as we go through the order of the Seder.
Kadesh urechatz karpas yachatz magid rochza motzi matzah malor korech shulchan orech tzafun barech halel nirtzah.
Through the course of tonight's Seder, I will call on different tables to read aloud. So make sure you know the number of your table. If you don't, look for the number, know which table you're at. And you can remain seated and just read whatever I ask you to read. And if you don't want to read, don't worry, somebody else at your table will. And we'll follow along. And I'd like to start by asking table 3 to read the first paragraph on the top of page 29. Table 3. All of you at table 3. Yes, the entire table 3.
Our journey from slavery to freedom, through word and song, story and ritual, questions and more questions, we will relive the story of our ancestors' exodus and liberation. We tell the story not only to preserve the memory, we tell the story because Egypt is not only one physical place. The Exodus was not just one moment in time. We step into this story because it is both our story and the story of all people who have experienced oppression and liberation. When we recall the story of our oppression, we resolve to fight oppression everywhere. When we recall the story of our liberation, we renew our dream for freedom everywhere. Tonight, we raise our voices as individuals and members of the Seder community, committed to marching together out of Egypt.
Table 3, that was wonderful. Just beautifully done, table 3. Thank you so much. So we approach these rituals, first and foremost, of course, we have a Seder plate on the table. So let's make sure we all know these things that are on the Seder plates. Everybody's table has one Seder plate. So maybe somebody can find it and be in charge of the Seder plate. So when I refer to things, everybody on the table will see it. Everybody find your Seder plate. There's a lot of stuff on the table for Pesach. So on the Seder plate, there are many different things that will be referred to throughout the Seder. And in front of each of you is a cup with salt water. Don't drink it, but you'll see it's labeled salt water, and you should each have one. Does everybody see your salt water? That will be key in a few minutes. And for those of you at home, I hope you have salt water as well. In addition, on our Seder plate here at CBST, we have an orange, which has started some years ago, First, in the LGBT community, to acknowledge that there are things that are unusual, that are often feel left out in the course of Jewish life and history and culture and practice. And the myth of the story is that it was told that when Susanna Heschel was speaking somewhere, somebody said to her, women and LGBT people belong on the bima like a orange belongs on a Seder plate. Like all great stories, it's not clear that that actually happened that way, but that's okay. It's a good story. And she has, Susanna Heschel, Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel's daughter, has gone on to speak about the power of, again, adding something that helps us ask a question. And the orange is there to remind us of people who have, like women and LGBT people, felt left out, and we might, of the Jewish tradition. And part of the Seder is resolving to do the things in our families, in our communities, in our world, to break that open. And we might think tonight of others who feel left out or not included deeply in the Jewish community, like Jews of color, or Jews who live with disabilities, or Jews who are single and feel oppressed by a Jewish culture that sometimes focuses on families, or by Jews who are not educated in Jewish thought and language and tradition and feel that they are not authentic enough or know enough. I have always felt that the strongest, most authentic Jewish experience is feeling like you're not Jewish enough. I have not met a Jew who feels comfortable in their Judaism, honestly. So maybe the orange represents all of us in some way, and that each of us has to find a way in on our own, and we have to break it open for others who need our hand outstretched, welcoming someone in. So the Seder plate has many other features to it, which we will attend to as we go through the Seder itself. Please know every table has wine or grape juice on it, and feel free to use which is correct for you. And we begin by asking everybody to fill not the salt water cup, the empty cup with wine or grape juice for the first cup of wine. There will be, of course, 4 official cups of wine or grape juice. And a friend of mine was a chaplain in the U.S. Army during the first, whatever we call that war, with Iraq, when the Gulf War, when the American Army was in Kuwait on Passover waiting to enter into Iraq, and you all might remember that time. And he led a Seder in the middle of the desert, which he said was the most authentic Seder he had ever led. There he was in Kuwait, in the desert, leading a Seder. And lo and behold, there were a few Jews in the units that were there who came, but 150 non-Jewish soldiers signed up for the Seder. And of course, anybody's welcome. That's the U.S. Army. And he did a Seder, and he was so impressed with how attentive all the non-Jewish soldiers were, and they participated, and they didn't talk out of hand, and they were very respectful. And at the end of the Seder, he asked one of them, he was so moved to have them, but what inspired them to have this interest in Judaism? And the soldier said to him, we're in Kuwait. Alcohol is illegal. The only way we could get 4 cups of wine is to come to a Seder. Good friend of mine, Lynn. Anyway, so here we are with our first cup of wine. In addition, of course, we have the Kos Eliyahu, Elijah's cup, and we have Miriam's bowl. This is Miriam's water, because Miriam, in the story of the Exodus from Egypt, had a well that followed through the entire time in the desert. And the well, Miriam's well and water represent life, obviously, in the desert. How strong is that need? But it's true for us anywhere. So we have Miriam's water and Elijah's cup, in addition to the salt water and the Seder plate and the Kiddush cup. And now we make, with our first cup of wine, please stand if you are able, Kiddush, which starts on page 31, because we include the section for Shabbat.
ביום השישי ויחולו השמיים והארץ וכל צבאם, ויחל אלוהים ביום השביעי מלאכתו אשר עשה, וישבות ביום השביעי מכל מלאכתו אשר עשה, ויברך אלוהים את יום השביעי, ויקדש אותו כי בו שבת מכל מלאכתו אשר ברא אלוהים לעשות. צברי חבריי וחברותיי.
לחיים.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם, בורא פרי הגפן. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם, אשר קראנו לעבודתו ורוממנו בקדושתו וקידשנו במצוותיו. ותיתן לנו אדוני אלוהינו באהבה שבתות למנוחה ומועדים לשמחה, חגים וזמנים לששון. את יום השבת הזה ואת יום חג המצות הזה, זמן חירותנו באהבה מקרא קודש, זכר ליציאת מצרים. כי אלינו קראת ואותנו קידשת לעבודתך, ושבת ומועדי קודשך באהבה וברצון, בשמחה ובששון הנחלתנו. ברוך אתה אדוני מקדש השבת וישראל והזמנים. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם, שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה.
And now we drink our first cup of wine or grape juice. Please be seated. Table 4, would you read the top of page 35? Urchatz.
We begin our story with the first stirrings of freedom. How was the desire for freedom first aroused? By the Midwives Shipra and Puah, who resisted Pharaoh's decree to drown every Israelite boy in the Nile. By Miriam, who watched over her brother Moses to ensure his safety. In the face of death, they advocated life. In the birth waters and in the Nile, these extraordinary women saw life and liberation. Like a coming spring, they believed in the inevitability of freedom, began the process of awakening their people. The waters of freedom open and close our story, taking us from the Nile to the Sea of Reeds.
So this is the first hand washing, which is done without a bracha, without a blessing. And on each table there should be a pitcher or a cup with a big bowl. Depending if it's passable, you can pass it around the table, and one person pours a little water over the other person's hands. Excellent. Good to see the teamwork, problem solving as a group. Of course, water is the way we begin the Seder. Pesach is deeply connected. Zman Cherutenu, the time of freedom, but the Chag HaAviv is another name, this holiday of springtime. Any other holiday of our Jewish cycle could be any time of the year, but our cycle is attached to the cycle of the year because we need Pesach to be in springtime. Because just as the hard hard frozen ground gives way to the blue crocuses and to the yellow daffodils. It's a miracle what comes out of the frozen ground. And trees that you imagine look dead start sprouting these green, beautiful sprouts. So too Pesach is about believing the same thing happens to our souls. That the frozen soil of our souls can thaw out, can warm up, can produce blue crocuses and yellow daffodils and gorgeous flowers and trees. And so Pesach is deeply connected with celebrating springtime, because liberation is the possibility of renewal, and not just by enslaved people in Egypt thousands of years ago, but by all of us. Maybe our slavery in our personal lives is an addiction, or an abusive relationship, or internal demons which prevent us from becoming the person we want to be. Or maybe those demons are external, pharaohs in the world who are out to oppress, to make suffer, to enslave people. But we believe in this annual cycle that the frozen soil of winter, with water and sun and warmth, can be generative and creative and full of life. So it has happening both on our personal levels, on our collective levels, and we pray on our national and global levels. Here the winter has passed, the Song of Songs says. The rain is over. The possibilities of the future are endless. Hine hastav avar. From the Song of Songs, which we sing and recite on Pesach. The words are on the screen.
Ki hinei hastav, ki hinei hastav avar, hageshem chalach, chalach lo.
So to celebrate spring, and karpas is taking a vegetable, something that comes from the earth, and dipping it in salt water. So we both combine the newness and excitement of rebirth, of renewal, with the tears of oppression, of slavery, of enslaved people. So some of you might have potatoes. That's traditional also to use, although I didn't grow up with that myself. Some have some lettuce or things that are green. And take a piece of that and dip it in the salt water, and then we'll say the blessing together on page 37. You dip it, and then we say the blessing, and then eat it. Should I just say it? Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei pri ha'adama. Blessed are you, eternal one, our God, sovereign of all worlds, who creates fruits of the earth.
Amen.
Yachatz, page 40. Table 6. Would you read the Tamara Cohen reading on the bottom half of the page on page 40? Table 6. Are you ready for this? Keeping everybody on your toes, huh? Table 6, you ready? The bottom of the page, some do not.
Some do not get the chance to rise like golden loaves of pollen, filled with sweet raisins and crowned with shiny grains. Rushed, neglected, not needed by caring hands, grow up afraid that any touch might cause a break. There are some ingredients you never receive. Tonight, the most blessed are cracks from the sills with sharp edges, unafraid to see our brittleness and brave enough to see our beauty. Reaching for
beautifully done. I'm just really moved by that reading. Thank you so much. Now, we break the middle matzah. Everybody, you have a matzah plate where there are 3 matzot inside the matzah plate. Find the middle matzah. Inside the matzah cover, there are 3 sleeves. Look for the middle one. This is not to eat right now. So take the middle one out of the matzah plate, of the matzah cover. Break it into 2 pieces. Okay, everybody following along? You should now have 2 pieces. Table 1, you are really slow. Okay, everybody has the 2 pieces? Everybody except table 1 has the 2 pieces. Okay, excellent. Good job, everybody. Table 2, how are you doing? Okay, so. Table 2's having some trouble too. Okay, break the matzah into 2 pieces. Okay, now what we're going to do is I am going to hide this piece of my matzah symbolically for the rest of you, because this is New York City. We don't want to lose the matzah in little places, because guess what? We get critters. So you're going to put those 2 pieces back where you found them. But I am going to take the middle one, that's the bigger half, and I'm going to hide it somewhere. And somebody here has to find it, or we can't end the Seder. Okay? And let's just say everybody who doesn't find it has to make a donation to the synagogue. So how about that for some motivation, okay? And you at home, I hope you're having fun hiding it, but you can now put the 2, now that we've broken it, put it back, and we'll eat it later. But I will hide this which during the meal people can look for in order to find. The first Seder I ever did was as a community Seder, not my family Seder. Of course, I grew up doing Sedarim with my father, Alav Shalom, leading it. My father, who was a Yiddish socialist and hated religion, but I grew up in the 1950s, 60s family where the father had to lead the Seder. My mother, who was a well-educated religious Jew, never led the Seder, but my father, who knew nothing about Judaism, but a lot about Yiddish, led the Seder. Anyway, you could imagine my mother screamed at him for most of the Seder, telling him what he should and shouldn't do, rather than just lead it herself. But I'm telling you too many personal stories now. But when I was a student rabbi in Atlanta, Georgia, I led my first congregational Seder. It was 1986 or 1987, and there were 200 people there, and I was very new at leading Seders. I was very new at leading services, and I told everybody to pick up the green thing for karpas, which at that time we used was parsley, and I saw everybody did exactly what I said. So then I said, take the parsley and wave it over your head. And 200 people waved the parsley over their head. I was just drunk with rabbinic power. Anyway, I didn't do that to everybody here, so I'm feeling very generous tonight. Okay, I've learned something in these 35 years since then. Anyway, don't do everything a rabbi tells you to do, okay? That's just one of the things you should learn. From doing page 41, Magid. So we now come to the part of telling the story itself. Magid is from the same Hebrew word as Haggadah. Lahagid is to tell, and Magid is the story itself. So that's why on our Haggadah it is literally translated as telling the story itself. So we start with the Aramaic, very important description of what it is that matzah is itself. Now in these days of refugees struggling to find peace and home, there is nothing more relevant than somebody being forced to leave their home so quickly they don't have time to grab all that they need. They don't have time to cook food or make sure they have provisions to last for their journey. So when we hold up this halach ma'anya, and now go back into your matzah cover, table 1, I'm watching you. Get a piece of matzah, and everybody should take a small piece of the matzah, break it up around, or use any matzah on on the table. So everybody holds up this piece of matzah. And as we hold up this matzah and we call it, this is the bread of our poverty, let us remember refugees from Ukraine, refugees from Syria, refugees from Nigeria, and from all around the world who are forced to flee so fast that they can't make sure that they have the correct provisions. Halach Ma'anya, page 41.
Halach ma'anya diachelu, achelu avhatana, be'ara di Mitzrayim, be'ara di Mitzrayim, kol dichvin yetevechu, kol ditzrich yetevsach, hashata hacha leshana haba, be'ara de Yisrael, hashata avdei leshana haba, b'nei chorim.
Table 5, would you read while we keep holding the matzah, the English, this is the bread of our poverty.
Which our ancestors ate in the land of Egypt. Let all who are hungry come and eat. Let all who are in need come and celebrate Pesach. Now we are here, next year in the land of Israel. Now we are slaves, next year we will be free.
Thank you. Page 42. You can put the matzah down now, but you cannot eat it.
Wave it over.
Exactly. So one of the most famous parts of the Seder, of course, and by the way, the Passover Seder is the most done Jewish ritual in the United States of America. More people do the Seder than do any other single Jewish act. So one of the central things so famous are the 4 questions found on page 43. And as I said, these 4 questions are to model for us, to ask questions, to get that curiosity muscle going, to be willing to ask things that might be obvious but actually have meaning. So we start with these 4 questions on page 43.
And before we start, we're just going to do 2 different melodies for the 4 questions. The first was, I believe, the one that RSK or Rabbi Kleinbaum and Joyce grew up with, and
Ashkenazi.
an Ashkenazi, and then the what's known as Israeli melody.
So we'll see which one you know. Which one is the most familiar one to you? These are the 2 very famous ones.
Ma nishtana halayla hazeh mikol halaylot shebechol halaylot anu ochlin chametz umatzah halayla hazeh kulo matzah shebechol halaylot anu ochlin she'ar yerakot halayla hazeh maror shebechol halaylot anu matbilin afinu pa'am echad halayla hazeh שתי פעמים שבכל הלילות אנו אוכלים בין יושבים ובין מסובין הלילה הזה כולנו מסובין מה נשתנה הלילה הזה מכל הלילות מסובין, בין יושבין ובין מסובין. הלילה הזה, כולו מסובין. הלילה הזה, כולנו מסובין.
And so the structure of our Seder, we've asked the questions, and this being Magid, now we get to tell the story, which we begin the story itself on page 46. And this is what I meant, that we begin with degradation and we end with celebration, because we begin with describing what our slavery was. And as Robert Goldenberg is quoted on the upper right corner, the Talmud's demand that we begin with the story of degradation is meant to deepen our gratitude. We can appreciate freedom only when we remember what it was not to be free, and we consider how amazing it is that we are. That's a piece of remembering that the ark, how often do we say it is very difficult to appreciate where we have come if we only focus on the distance yet to go, and that's the human experience, which is to focus on what we have not achieved in our lives or in the world, as opposed to appreciating how much we have achieved, what we have been able to accomplish, what blessings we have, and not only focus on the curses. So much easier to focus on the curses. How do we develop that discipline? And the entire Seder is geared towards helping that muscle get stronger. Avadim hayinu, we were slaves to Pharaoh in Egypt. And lest anybody think that Pharaoh is just some kind of ancient, distant concept, we live in a time of plagues and of pharaohs. We live in a time of plagues that are both in the natural world. We live in a time of plagues that are entirely human-driven. We live in a time of plagues which are making suffering happen in a world in which we have plenty of resources to feed every single person on this planet. We live in a time of pharaohs, of people like Putin and Erdogan, people who are in positions of power and use that power in a way to oppress and from which they get tremendous wealth while people suffer. So these are not ancient concepts alone, but they help us to appreciate. Avadim hayinu, page 46.
Schlafen seinen mir gewähn Goramol in Land Mitzrayim. Deures kommen vergehen, nicht gewähn, wer es soll befreien. Haben mir dem Lehm geknoten, Ziegel machen vor dem Mäuer in die Herzer von die Sklaven hat geglied der Zar und Teuer avodim hoinu. Pfeift der Mitrit schweizt auf Rukens, schneit sich in dem Leben mit Zorn. Paar heißt in Teich der Trinken, wird ein Engel noch geboren. Es hat gebrennt die Sonne von Misrach über Plätze stumm gebeugen und der ohnmächtige Zorn hat geliehen in die Augen. Avodim hoinu. Fleisch in Lehm verknoten und die Sklaven schweigen stummen. Deures kommen, deures gehen, wird einmal die Geule kommen. Avodim hoi. Avadim hainu, hainu.
Page 46. Also on the screen.
Avadim hainu, ata, ata b'nei horin. Avadim hainu, ata, ata b'nei horin, b'nei horin. Ata, ata b'nei horin, b'nei horin.
The Haggadah tells us that there are 4 types of children. Because the reality is, at different times in our lives, we are wise and wicked, simple and silent. These 4 children actually represent different aspects of ourselves. We hear their voices and their questions as we tell the story of the Exodus. So page 50, Joyce, Sam, and I will read about the 4 different kinds of children. And imagine, who are you? Which parts of any of these are you? To what degree one is stronger or one is more in the background? And what about the other people in your life? Page 50.
What does the wise child ask? What is the meaning of the decrees, laws, and rules that the Eternal One, our God, has commanded us? You should tell this child all the laws of Pesach down to the last detail, saying that nothing should be eaten after the Afikomen. So what does it mean to be a wise child? It means to be fully engaged in the community, to know the limits of your understanding, to be able to search for the answers to that which you do not know. At different points in our lives, we have been this child, inquisitive, caring, eager to learn and to understand, willing to ask for information we do not have, hopeful that an answer can be found.
What does the wicked child ask? What does this ritual mean to you? To you and not to this child. Since this child withdraws from the community and denies God's role in the Exodus, challenge the child by replying, "This is done because of what the Eternal One did for me when I went out of Egypt. For me and not for you. Had you been there, you would not have been redeemed." What does it mean to be a wicked child? It means to stand apart from the community, to feel alienated and alone, depending on only yourself, to have little trust in the people around you, to help you or to answer your questions. At different points in our lives, we have been this child, detached, suspicious, challenging.
What does the simple child ask? What is this? You shall say to that child, "It was with a mighty hand that the Eternal One brought us out of Egyptian bondage." What does it mean to be a simple child? It means to see only one layer of meaning, to ask the most basic of questions, to be too innocent or impatient to grasp complicated questions. At different points in our lives, we have all been this child, simply curious, innocently unaware of all the complexities around us. To the child who does not know enough to even ask, you should begin as it is written. You shall explain to your child on that day, "It is because of what the Eternal One did for me when I went free from Egypt." What does it mean to be a silent child? This can be the child of the wicked child, 2 generations removed from the Jewish community, no longer even able to criticize only able to stand mute. It can be the passive child who just shows up. Or it can be this child whose spiritual life is based on faith, not rational argument, the child who hears something deeper than words, who knows how to be silent and to listen to the surrounding silence. Page 52 and 53, the story continues. On the bottom of page 53, we all read together. The wise child asks, "What do we learn from our suffering as strangers in Egypt?" The wicked child asks, "How can the Israelites have let themselves be enslaved?" The simple child asks, "What kind of hard labor did Pharaoh impose on the Israelites?" The silent child is overwhelmed by the cry of the injured, the sigh of the weary, and the groans of those who are oppressed. So now if you've emptied at all your wine or grape juice, it's time to refill it. And we turn to page 61. As we consider, as we stay in the place of degradation and of oppression, what are the plagues? So let's take a moment before we recite the 10 plagues of the book of Exodus and of this story to consider what would you see as contemporary plagues, and just shout them out. I'll go around the room. Let's start around this. What would you say is a contemporary plague over in this side of the room? Omicron. Putin. What? Climate change. Poverty. Hatred. Hunger. Racism. Republicanism. Contemporary, yes. Fascism. AIDS. Cynicism. And I encourage those online to write it in the chat. And again, a huge thank you to Sharon Golub, who is the host of the chat, to write what you consider our contemporary plagues. And take that seriously. These are not abstractions, right? What are the things that are dangers in our world today? So we had any war. Misogyny. Homelessness. Hunger. Homophobia. Transphobia. Mental illness. Indifference. Anti-Semitism. Xenophobia. Excuse me. Social media. And some plagues are like that, right? There are some good sides to things and some bad sides, and the bad sides really are plagues in our lives. So as we turn to page 61, where we will recite the 10 historic traditional plagues, it doesn't stop there, and that's the idea. These are representations of the plagues of thousands of years ago, but we understand them to also be reflections in today's life. So the idea is, as we say each plague, you take your pinky finger and you put it in your wine or grape juice and you remove one drop for each plague. And the idea is that we lose something sweet, something good with each plague. But as is very important to remind us all the time, don't lick your finger afterwards. That's like drinking the plagues. So you should all have a little plate, right? You all have a little plate. So on that little plate, we'll just use, as Sam will lead us, you can see on the top of page 61 the Hebrew and the transliteration. Dam. Tzifardea. Kinin. Arov. Dever. Shechin. Barad. Arbe. Choshech. Makat Bekorot. The wise child says, "We spill the wine from our cups because our salvation came at the expense of the suffering of others. At the crossing of the sea, the ministering angels wanted to sing praises to God, but God silenced them, saying, 'My children are drowning, and you want to sing?'" Page 61. This is an ancient song found in the Cairo Geniza, sung in the Egyptian Jewish community. Top of page 61.
One morning when Pharaoh awoke in his bed, there were frogs on his head and frogs on his bed, frogs on his nose and frogs on his toes. Frogs here, frogs there, frogs were jumping everywhere. One morning when Pharaoh awoke in his bed, there were frogs on his head.
I don't hear
and
people
frogs in
singing,
his
Joyce
bed.
and Sam. Hold on.
Frogs in his
Everybody
bed.
needs to be singing with a little gusto here. This is an ancient Egyptian Jewish song. Let's go. Let's do it again from the top.
One morning when Pharaoh awoke in his bed, there were frogs on his head and frogs in his bed, frogs on his nose and frogs on his toes. Frogs here, frogs there, frogs were jumping everywhere.
Beautifully
Very
done,
deep.
people.
Deep,
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 very
deep.
deep.
See, there's all different. Page 63. Is it 63? Yes. The African Americans in this country, the United States of America, enslaved legally in this country, formed the economic foundation of this country. A slave Bible was done by the slave owners, which excised parts of the story of the Exodus because they didn't want to read the part of the story where slaves can actually achieve freedom. For those enslaved Africans in this country, the story of the Exodus formed a great model of the possibility of being enslaved people and achieving freedom. And we know that these stories of Exodus, and many of these songs were used by the Underground Railroad to help encourage, to help communicate, to help strengthen people's resolve to move from slavery to freedom. And so we sing this in honor and against, in honor of those African Americans who fought against the racism of this country at the core of this country. And we celebrate them who are models of seeking freedom from slavery.
When Israel was in Egypt land, let my people go. Oppressed so hard they could not stand, let my people go. Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land. Tell old Pharaoh, let my people go.
And then, as the Israelites crossed the sea, we're told that Miriam, the sister of Aaron and of Moses, took musical instruments and started singing and dancing. I mean, can you imagine? You've been part of a community that have been slaves for 400 years, and you taste the first step towards freedom. They had no idea what was going to be. The uncertainty of their lives was profound. And she took musical instruments and started singing and dancing. At the bottom of page 63, then Miriam the prophetess, Aaron's sister, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women went after her and danced with timbrels. And Miriam chanted for them, "Sing to the Eternal One, for God has triumphed. Horse and driver God has hurled into the sea."
ותיקח מרים הנביאה אחות אהרון את הטוף בידה ותצאנה כל הנשים אחריה בתופים ובמחולות ותען להם מרים שירו לאדוני כי גאו גאה sus verachvo ramavayam.
Let's read together Ruth Sohn's poem on page 67 to try and break through the historical thousands of years gap between us and this historical moment and try to get inside of Miriam at this moment and what and how she might have felt. Let's read together. I, Miriam, stand at the sea and turn to face the desert, stretching endless and still. My eyes are dazzled, the sky brilliant blue, sunburnt sands, unyielding white. My hands turn to dove wings, my arms reach for the sky, and I want to sing the song rising inside me. My mouth open, I stop. Where are the words? Where is the melody? In a moment of panic, my eyes go blind. Can I take a step without knowing a destination? Will I falter? Will I fall? Will the ground sink away from under me? The song still unformed, how can I sing? To take the first step, to sing a new song, is to close one's eyes and dive into unknown waters, for a moment knowing nothing, risking all, but then to discover the waters are friendly, the ground is firm, and the song rises again. Out of my mouth comes words lifting the wind, and I hear for the first the song that has been in my heart, silent, unknown even to me. This story of the Exodus has been so important to so many peoples throughout time, and it is told in the Quran as well. And at CBST, we have a very deep connection to the Muslim community here in New York. And so we will now hear the Exodus story, a piece of the Exodus story in the Quran, chanted by a close and beloved friend of CBST, member of the Muslim community here in New York, Kujegi Kamara of the Muslim Community Network, the Exodus story in the Quran.
Assalamu alaikum. Greetings of peace to you all. My name is Kujegi Kamara, and I'm a program manager at the Muslim Community Network here in New York City. MCN and CBST have a wonderful and long-standing partnership. I'm so honored and grateful to be a part of your Passover Seder today. Prophet Musa is an important prophet in Islam, and the story of the Exodus from Egypt is recounted in great detail in the Quran. Prophet Moses, also known as Prophet Musa, is actually the prophet mentioned the most often by name in the Holy Quran. Many Muslim families name their sons after the prophet Moses. For example, I have a brother who goes by the name of Musa. Today I'm going to be reading from Surah 7, the chapter called Al-A'raf, or the Heights, that recounts the cry of the Egyptians to Moses as they were struck by the plagues, how the Pharaoh was brought low, and how the children of Israel were brought across the sea. I will begin my recitation with 2 verses calling upon God, as we begin everything we do in the name of God, and then I will move into the text. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فأرسلنا عليهم الطوفان والجراد والقمل والضفادع والدم آيات مفصلات فاستكبروا وكانوا قوما مجرمين ولما وقع عليهم الرجز قالوا يا موسى ادع لنا ربك بما عهد عندك لئن كشفت عنا الرجز لنؤمنن لك ولنرسلن معك بني إسرائيل فلما كشفنا عنهم الرجز إلى أجل هم بالغوه إذا هم ينكثون فانتقمنا منهم فأغرقناهم باليم بأنهم كذبوا بآياتنا وكانوا عنها غافلين وأورثنا القوم الذين كانوا يستضعفون مشارق الأرض ومقاربها التي باركنا فيها وتمت كلمة ربك الحسنى على بني إسرائيل بما صبروا ودمرنا ما كان يصنع فرعون وقومه وما كانوا يعرشون وجاوزنا ببني إسرائيل البحر فعتوا على قوم يعكفون على أصنام لهم قالوا يا موسى اجعل لنا إلها كما لهم آلهة قال إنكم قوم تجهلون. Thank you so much.
Beautiful. So moving to have that. And the relationship at CBST between our community and the Muslim community here in New York has been a profound part of something that has emerged to show the power of communities working together against the pharaohs in our world who are out to get all of us. And building those coalitions and those connections have been very deep. And for those of you who might be in our space for the first time, you might notice coming in signs on the outside after the massacre happened in the synagogue in Pittsburgh. The Muslim community came to stand in front of our sanctuary that Friday night to let us know that we are not alone as Jews. After our standing in front of the Muslim mosque for weeks saying the same thing, and we have forged a very deep and powerful connection. And one thing is that we share many religious things, including the story of the Exodus from Egypt. Page 69. Dayenu. The word itself is now part of the English language, right? Dayenu. If only this and not Dayenu. It is the ultimate song of learning to express gratitude for whatever is and not focus on what is not. So we sing the words that are on the bottom of the page in the transliteration. Dayenu.
Hotzianu mimitzrayim, Hotzianu mimitzrayim, Dayenu, 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 Ilu Natan Natan lanu et Shabbat, Natan lanu et Shabbat, Dayenu, 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 Ilu Natan Natan lanu et Torah, Natan lanu et Torah, Dayenu, 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 Dayenu.
This weekend, we mark both Good Friday in the Christian tradition, Ramadan, we are still in the month of Ramadan in the Muslim tradition, and of course Easter comes this Sunday as well for Christians. So on this weekend, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam are all observing these very, very, very holy days. It's very powerful, I think, when all three are in such alignment. And we have choices always, whether we focus on the differences or whether we focus on the connections, and how we create a world in which we can learn from each other, and respect those differences, and build together. Martin Luther King Jr., as a theologian, focused very much on the Exodus narrative for the source of his theology. Often in the Christian religious world, people talk about an Easter theology or an Exodus theology. There are others as well. And Martin Luther King, by and large, focused on an Exodus theology. He didn't typically preach on the Easter theology, which is a very powerful one of renewal and of rebirth, very similar in some ways to Pesach, but that's a whole other topic. But he very much drew on the theology of Exodus to talk about the role of racism in America and how those who are affected by racism can emerge toward freedom and maintain hope. So on page 72, let's read together this famous sermon, speech of Martin Luther King, understanding the power of really believing this. As we read this together as a community, focus on that plague of cynicism and despair that we've talked about. How can you let it go and really believe in what the story of the Seder, of the Exodus story, tells us that Martin Luther King so deeply embodied? Let's read it together. Now is the time to make justice a reality for all of God's children, and we will not be satisfied until justice rolls down like water and righteousness like a mighty stream. I say to you, my friends, even though we face the difficulties of today and tomorrow, I still have a dream. It is a dream deeply rooted in the American dream. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. This is our hope. With this faith, we will be able to hew out of the mountain of despair a stone of hope. With this faith, we will be able to transform the jangling discords of our nation into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. With this faith, we will be able to work together, to pray together, to struggle together, to go to jail together, to stand up for freedom together, knowing that we will be free one day. So let freedom ring from the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire. Let freedom ring from the mighty mountains of New York. Let freedom ring from the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania. Let freedom ring from the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado. Let freedom ring from Stone Mountain of Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and molehill of Mississippi, and from every mountainside, let freedom ring. And when this happens, when we allow freedom to ring, when we let it ring from every village, from every hamlet, from every state and every city, we will be able to speed up that day when all of God's children, black and white, Jew and Gentile, Protestant and Catholic, will be able to join hands and sing in the words of the old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last. And we live at a time in which those freedoms are disappearing in front of us. When we see that this week Kentucky has passed laws that make abortion illegal. When Texas passes laws that makes anybody who helps someone have an abortion, who pays for the cab fare, a criminal. We live in dangerous and scary times, and it is this Seder, and it is this story of Exodus which is here to remind us that life itself is a struggle, and the journey from slavery and oppression to freedom is not an easy one. Many of us in America have been very much coddled and have believed us to somehow experience American exceptionalism, that we are somehow different than the world in which terrible things happen nationally, that our country will only go on a linear ladder up to better and better and better freedoms. The world does not work like that. We are being called on now to face a world in which the Egypts of the Bible are becoming more common, where the pharaohs of the Bible are our political realities, not only somewhere out there, but here in these United States. Will we cave in? Will we give up? Will we give in? Or will we reach down to the core, to the foundations of our people? We have been here before. There is a pathway out. There is a pathway to freedom. But many will suffer. There will be much difficulty. but we will find strength from these stories and from this music and from our faith. That if you are alive today, it is because there is a reason. And you have something to offer to fight the pharaohs that are out there. They will not spare you or your family just because you live here in New York City or in the United States. It is an arrogance that we have suffered from, that we think that we are free of that. Maybe we needed to learn humility, to really understand that Boko Haram in Nigeria, that kidnaps hundreds of girls from their schools, is something we need to really care about. Maybe our silence when chemical weapons were dropped on Syrian children, because it was so far away, is something that we need to learn to face. Maybe our fear of being witnesses to the pain of what's happening in Ukraine, something that we need to face. There is only one way out of Egypt, and we know this to be true. Not all of us are strong. None of us are fearless. Not all of us can live with the level of anxiety that the world is creating in us. None of us can. But we have each other. None of us can do everything, but every single one of us can do something. And when you're part of a community, you can rest a little bit better because you know, okay, I can do this much, but Sam can do something else, and Joyce is doing something else, and all of a sudden, you're part of a world. Will we see a difference in our lifetime? We are so geared to instant gratification. We want to know we can do one thing and the whole thing changes. I deeply believe that we all affect the cosmos with the smallest of actions. The words of the Haggadah tell me that. You know it in your life. Think about somebody or something that made a difference when things were difficult. They weren't necessarily very big actions. Who are you today, and how have you been formed by the people or events in your life that have created you? We are all on this journey from being enslaved people to seeking freedom. We cannot give up. We turn in this Haggadah to page 70. The story, what? Oh, it'll be on the screen as well. And thank you to Sam for creating all these slides so that those of you at home can see the words clearly, and everybody here can as well. B'chol dor vador, every single generation is obligated to experience the historical as contemporary. And here we are, where the two are intermingling.
בכל דור ודור חייבים אנו לראות את עצמנו כאילו יצאנו ממצרים. בכל דור ודור חייבים אנו לראות את עצמנו כאילו יצאנו ממצרים. בכל דור ודור חייבים לראות את עצמנו כאילו יצאנו ממצרים. כאילו יצאנו ממצרים.
Page 71. Therefore, we should work, speak out, strive, and fight for the redemption of all peoples of the world, as it is written, "You shall not oppress a stranger, for you know the feelings of the stranger, having yourselves been strangers in the land of Egypt. Then the power of your rule will repair the world, and the creatures of all flesh will call on your name, as it is written, a time is coming, declares my eternal God, when I will send a famine upon the land, not a hunger for bread or a thirst for water, but for hearing the words of the Eternal One. So let justice well up like water, righteousness like an unfailing stream, and then we will sing a new song. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation. Let them learn no longer ways of war, and let us say, Hallelujah." Page 113. Is that right? No, page 73. Page 73. Psalm 113. Sorry. See, teamwork. Psalm 113, page 73.
Hallelujah, 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 Avdei Adonai. Hallelujah, 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 et Shem Adonai. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Let all that live sing praises to God. Hallelujah.
We recite Tehillim or Psalms when we don't have other words, and we believe, and I believe deeply, that even the recitation of Psalms helps to repair the world. When I don't know what else to do, I carry around a little book of Psalms, and I say those Psalms. And now we're in the section of the Seder before the meal, where we recite some Psalms, and we get to more later. Page 74, Psalm 114.
בצאת ישראל ממצרים, בית יעקב מעם לועז. בצאת ישראל ממצרים, בית יעקב מעם לועז. הייתה יהודה לקודשו, ישראל ממשלותיו. הים רב הינוס, הירדן ניסוב לאחור. ההרים רקדו כאלים, גבעות כבני צאן. מה לך הים, מה לך הים, כי תנוס, כי תנוס. הירדן תיסוב לאחור, תיסוב לאחור. ההרים תרקדו כאלים, תרקדו כאלים. גבעות, גבעות, כבני צאן, כבני צאן. מלפני אדון, מלפני אדון, חולי ארץ, חולי ארץ. מלפני, מלפני אלוה יעקב, אלוה יעקב. ההופכי הצור, ההופכי הצור. אגמים, אגמים. חלמיש, חלמיש. למעיינו מים, למעיינו מים.
Page 76 and 77, our second cup of wine. How's your insulin shock from that wine? Kind of sweet, huh? Okay, wine or grape juice, a second cup. On the top of page 77, we read together before we recite the bracha. We continue the process of liberation as we drink the second cup of wine. We have experienced the awareness of degradation that compelled the Israelites to resist enslavement. We drink this second cup in honor of redemption, even as we acknowledge the continuing struggle and the unknown road through the desert. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, borei peri hagafen. And now we arrive at the section of the Seder where we go through the various parts of the Seder plate. I'm going to give some explanation, and then each table is going to do it on your own. I need one leader from each table. So would one person, the person who thinks they cannot do it, raise your hand. One, okay, Jackie at this table. Table 6, we need one leader for each table. Good, we have a leader here. Good. Back there, we need one leader. Excellent. Every table have a leader? You over have a leader? Excellent. Donna, you're the leader? Okay. Excellent. So page 79, we're going to walk through this part of the Seder as each table will do it individually. Starting, I'm going to go over and give the explanation, and then we'll all do it in our individual tables. First is the hand washing. And the leader can control the table and have readings and have people say the blessing and the hand washing. Page 84, we do a blessing over the matzah itself. And then on the top of page 81 are the instructions for saying the blessing. And then we say the 2 blessings and then eat the matzah. And on page 83, we start with the bitter herbs. We take the maror and dip it in the charoset. Everybody following? You leaders, are you okay? No, okay, we'll walk around it. I don't know how it will help, okay? And then page 85, korech is when we make the sandwich and eat it together. Okay, I am going to walk around, okay? And if you need any help, raise your hand. But this is a chance for our smaller tables to be talking and working through things together. And you at home, it's your chance as well to do this section of the Seder on your own. And then we'll do this for about 10 minutes and then join back together. This is teamwork, everybody. Support each other, help each other, figure it out together. Good job, everybody. We're doing it. Okay, how is everybody doing? Figured it out? How's everybody at home? Sharon Golub, how is everybody doing at home? Everybody doing okay? You know, I wish I had a little monitor here so I could talk to Sharon and know how things are going and be able to respond to questions. From darkness to light, from slavery to freedom, from winter to spring, and now from bitterness to sweetness. But with the light, there is still darkness in the world. With our freedom, there are still those who are enslaved people. It is still winter, and life remains bitter for many throughout our world. Even in our own lives, we live within the tapestry of these contradictions. It is dark, it is light, we are trapped, we are liberated, we are cold, we are warm, we experience pain, we experience joy, just as we have eaten the maror with the charoset, taking the bitter with the sweet. Through this act, we acknowledge the real fullness of life, shaded by the gradations of experience, never simple, but with a reflection of the full range of possibilities. And so with this, we conclude the first part of our Seder. You know, traditionally you do the Seder until the next morning, by the way. That's how long the Seder is supposed to last. So if anybody thinks we're getting out of here, no, I'm only joking. So we're now going to pause to eat, and we're going to reconvene in about 30 minutes or 45 minutes, depending how long it takes. So those of you online, please go get your food and have a great meal, and we will reconvene. Keep the TV or computer on so you can join us when we reconvene for the part of the Seder that follows the Shulchan Orech, and we will see you then. And for those of you here in the sanctuary, this is how we're going to do the meal, which is going to be being served buffet. And before we get the food, can we have a round of applause for our catering staff? And please be nice to them and express gratitude. They've been working very, very hard. And some folks are down in the kitchen. Some folks are here serving. So we're grateful to all of them. So again, please keep your masks on when you move around the sanctuary to get up, to get your food in order to have dinner. And we're going to ask you to go table by table so we don't have too many people at a time. So just be patient. And we're going to start, what's your table number there, 7? So table 7, you are first. So please make sure you're wearing a mask. Don't go up to the buffet without a mask on. And wear masks when you're not actively eating. And I'll call up different tables. so you have some room, and re-get, is that a word? I've only had 2 cups of wine. Reclaim your Haggadah, and we are going to go back to the final part of our Seder. So folks at home, have you found the afikomen that you hid? Sharon Golub, how are you? Thank you, Sharon, for everything you're doing. Oh, where's my wine? I left my wine. All right. This is what separates the peas from the carrots, folks. People who stay for the second part of the Seder, and I'm so happy to see so many of you here. You need to refill a cup of wine. Sam, do you, oops. It's okay. It's okay. Oh. Oh, yeah. So I will repeat that the afikomen has been hidden. If it's not found, we cannot end the Seder. And let's just say everybody will have to make a significant donation to the synagogue. The doors are now locked. And either we find the afikomen or you make a significant donation. Sam is just carefully trying to clear up his 3rd cup of wine he just spilled all over the Haggadah. It's okay, it's that part of the Seder. Joyce, are you going to find the afikomen?
I could. I have an idea.
You have an idea? All right, while somebody is searching for the afikomen, yeah, you should get up and look now. That's the point, to look. Get up and look for the afikomen. You can look anywhere. Yep. No, it's in a matzah cover. It's in one of those white matzah covers. It's not just any piece of matzah that you pick up. That doesn't work, folks. Oh, somebody just found the afikomen. It was in the piano. Yay! So we can continue with the Seder, and for finding the afikomen, you get a prize. Randy usually helps the child of the family negotiate with the patriarch of the family to get a good financial payout for the afikomen. But you're not a child, we're not doing that. But you get 3 things. You get a CBST umbrella hat. This is fashionable. You get the latest book CBST has published, Chaver Up, 49 Rabbis Explore What It Means to Be an Ally Through a Modern Jewish Lens. And you get a CD produced by Joyce Rosenzweig and the CBST chorus of Yom Kippur music. So thank you for finding the afikomen so the rest of us can finish the Seder. Mazel tov. Did you know it was in the piano?
I have no idea.
You had no idea?
No idea.
I thought that was kind of clever. Anyway, beautiful. So now, what are we doing now, Sam? So now we do the blessing after the meal, starting on page 92.
Shir hamalot beshuv Adonai et shivat Zion hayinu kecholmim az yemale yischok pinu ushonenu rina az yomru vagoyim higdil Adonai Shirai Nevarech.
Yehi Shem Adonai Merach Me'ata V'ad Olam.
Yehi Shem Adonai Berach Me'ata Ve'ad Olam. B'yeshut Chaverai V'chavarotai V'chaverimotai. Nevarech Eloheinu Shachanu Mishalo.
Baruch Eloheinu Shachanu Mishalo. Uvtuvo Chayinu.
Baruch Eloheinu Shachanu Mishalo. Uvtuvo Hayinu. Baruch Hu Baruch Shemo. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech Haolam. Hazan et haolam kulo betuvo v'chen b'chesed u'vrachamim.
Page 94.
הוא נותן לחם לכל בשר כי לעולם חסדו ובטובו הגדול תאמין לא חסר לנו ואל יחסר לנו מזון לעולם ועד בעבור שמו הגדול כי הוא אל זן ומפרנס לכל ומיטיב לכל ומכין מזון לכל בריאותיו אשר ברא ברוך אתה אדוני הזן את הכל. נודה לך.
And we do the next two pages individually with the words of the Birkat Hamazon, or focus on your own place in which you feel gratitude. Caring one, be involved in our heaven and in our earth. Loving one, praised by each generation to the next, page 96. Take pride in us always. May our lives honor you in this world and in the next. Merciful one, let us earn a living in an honorable way. Liberating one, break the restraints that make us strangers, lead us home with dignity. Generous one, send abundant blessedness to this home and to this table. Compassionate one, bless the state of Israel with Jerusalem, its holy city, and bring full redemption to them both. Compassionate one, create a caring bond between the children of Sarah and the children of Hagar. Compassionate one, send redemption to all Jews who suffer privation or captivity. God of pleasant surprises, how blessed it is to remember Elijah the prophet. Send to us soon good news of redemption and consolation. Page 97. May the one who has, those who are, compassionate one, enable us to move toward messianic days, toward the perfected world. May your sovereignty shine in the world. Help us live so that we be worthy of the messianic days in the coming world. God, we know that you make peace on earth, on high. Grant peace to us and to all Israel. Jews live in many lands and among many nations who also need peace. Revere the Eternal One, you who make God holy. Revering only God, what will you lack? Blessed are they who trust in the Eternal One. May what we ate be a source of satisfaction, what we drank a source of health, what we left a source of blessing. According to the Torah, food was set before them, they ate, some was left, as the Eternal One had spoken. The Eternal One will surely give strength to this folk. The Eternal One will bless this folk with shalom. Page 97 at the bottom. Ma she'achalnu yeh l'sova.
So we'll be doing this text in Ladino, which is a Judeo-Spanish, kind of the counterpart to Yiddish, and we bring in all of the Jewish community of the Sephardic heritage with Bendigamos.
Bendigamos altísimo al Señor que nos crió, démosle agradecimiento por los bienes que nos dio y
now for our third cup. Table 1, would you read the paragraph for the third cup, please? Page 98.
The first step taken in a journey toward liberation. We drank the second cup in celebration of the redemption from Egypt. We now drink this third cup in gratitude for all the gifts we have been given. The Seder reminds us of the gifts of relationships, of friends and family, and of our material possessions, good food and drink. Yet most of all, we offer thanks for the greatest gift, the ability to challenge, to question, to choose, and therefore to strive for freedom.
Together, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei peri hagafen. Page 106. We have, as a member of our community, Rick Landman, whom many of us know very well. And Rick is the child of survivors. And he is right now with his mother. And so they can't be with us in person, but they're with us via our live streaming. And we send our love and blessings to you, Rick, and to your mother. So happy that you're with us. And Rick is going to offer a special reading in German, the V'hi She'emda, this part of the Haggadah from his father's pre-Holocaust Haggadah, which he managed through really a great miracle to get it out of Europe. So Rick, we'd love to hear from you.
When the Israelites left Egypt, they had no time and they just had to flee, but they were fleeing from slavery. When the Ukrainians today, or the German and Austrian Jews of the Nazi era had to flee, they were leaving normalcy. They were leaving lives and apartments and jobs. And I never realized how unique and special I am that I have so many artifacts from my family. When my grandfather and my father were arrested on Kristallnacht and sent to Dachau, when my grandfather was able to be released and go to London to get on the ship to come to New York, he stopped by an attorney to get my father a temporary transit visa so he could be released from Dachau. And the week before my father left for London to be an unaccompanied teenager, he had to pack a lift or a big crate, and the Gestapo would come to their house and supervise. And he said, you can take clothing, photographs, pictures, things that the German people are not going to need. So when my father said, can I pack the set of Haggadahs that we use, the Gestapo agent said, sure, Germany doesn't need Haggadahs, but leave the stamp collection here for me. So when I was a child, I would read from the Maxwell House Haggadah that we had, and my grandparents would use this Haggadah, and my father would use this one. And for years at CBST, on the second night at the community Seder, I would read from my father's Haggadah in German, like he would do the day before, the V'hi She'emda. So Dad is no longer with us. We no longer have a second night Seder. We have only the first night, and I'm spending that, I hope, with my mom this year. So I will now read the V'hi She'emda in German. Und da stand auch unseren Vätern und uns bei, denn nicht einer alleine erhob sich, uns zu vernichten, sondern in jedem Zeitalter stehen Boshaften gegen uns auf, uns zu verderben. Doch der Heilige, gelobt sei er, rettet uns aus ihren Hand. So, for those of you who are at the in-person Seder, there's a flyer on your table that shows what the illustrations and what the Haggadah looks like. And again, I am just so blessed that I have things from both of my grandparents that they were able to rescue or save or bring to America. I wish everybody a sweet Passover. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you so much, Rick. So moving. And think of the number of languages that have been part of the Seder tonight. Hebrew, English, Yiddish, Ladino, German, Arabic. Very moving, really very moving. What? French? Page 106, Vahisha Amda, now in Hebrew, page 106. This is the Hebrew setting, Hebrew of what Rick just read from his family's Haggadah.
והיא שעמדה לאבותינו, והיא שעמדה לאבותינו ולנו, שלא אחד בלבד עמד עלינו לכלותנו, עמד עלינו לחטאותינו. והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו, מצילנו מידם. והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו, מצילנו מידם.
Page 109. If there's one thing we have learned as a Jewish people, is the message that's repeated 36 times in our Bible, which is, you were strangers once. Therefore, it is your obligation to protect, to welcome, to care for the refugee, the asylum seeker, the immigrant. Moving from one place to another, either because of economic, political, religious issues, is deep in the DNA of the Jewish people. And it is therefore our obligation to care for those who are forced to leave or must flee for any one of those reasons or some combination of them. So at CBST, we have made a principled position to over and over and over again think about the immigrant, think about the person who must migrate, and to deeply appreciate the dislocation that creates: language, family, home. And here at CBST, for those of you who don't know, 2 years ago we started an immigration clinic, the only one that exists in a synagogue in the United States. And in our clinic, we help people who are trying to achieve some sense of comfort, of safety, because we know what it's like. How dare we as Jews not work as hard as we can to help someone else get what we have, which is some measure of safety in this country. And so we have a clinic every Wednesday and Thursday night, mostly online, if anybody wants to volunteer. It's run by both the staff and volunteers, and it's key, and it's online, so you could live anywhere to do it. And we have, in the course of these years, these 2 years, we've achieved asylum status for close to 20 people, which is, if you have any idea how hard that is and how much paperwork and how much bureaucracy is involved in that. And most, 75% of them, are here with a fear of persecution for being LGBT in their home country and or are HIV positive. And nobody else in the country is doing this kind of work. And it's very, very inspiring because we are trying to turn the lessons of the Seder into the life of the synagogue. Some people have time and can volunteer. Some people don't have time but have some financial resources and give that. Some people don't have either but give a little. In this way, we can take these lessons of the Seder and make sure we are helping people, whether it's a gay person who's fleeing Chechnya. We have a specialty now of Russia, of people from the former Soviet Union, where guess what? Being gay is now a death sentence in many of those places, in particular Chechnya, but not only Chechnya, as well as some countries in Africa and Jamaica. We've helped a Jamaican man get asylum here. These things must be realized in our lifetimes, not just talked about as an idea. So by your coming to a Seder in this sanctuary, this is the place that is doing that. It's a piece of expressing this. So I'd like to honor anyone here who is not a native-born citizen of the United States, somebody who has immigrated here or migrated here, depending which language you want to use, to lead us in the reading of the new Colossus on the bottom of page 109. Is there anyone here who is in that category? Would you lead us?
Not like brazen giants of Greek fame, with conquering limbs astride, from land to land, he at our sea washed, sunset gates shall stand. A mighty woman with a torch, whose flame is the imprisonment, is the imprisoned lightning, and hear her name, Mother of Exiles. From her beacon hand glows wide, worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-rich harbor that twin cities bring. Keep ancient lands, your story on, cries she with silent lips. Give me your tired, give me your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore, send these, the homeless tempest tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door.
Thank you, Boise. Thank you. Beautiful. Page 121. Kos Eliyahu, our fourth cup, is dedicated to Kos Eliyahu and Miriam. What is the Elijah's cup about, after all? As was alluded to earlier in the Seder, we are taught in our tradition that Elijah will come to announce the new days are coming. That when Elijah arrives, it means that redemption is at hand. So when we yearn for Elijah, we're yearning for redemption. We're yearning for the end of the suffering, the end of the pain, the end of the fear and the anxiety and the oppression. So Elijah is not just some two-dimensional caricature. Whether or not we believe in the individual, we believe in yearning for the one, for the time that will come to tell us that redemption is at hand, because we ache for it, we yearn for it, we work for it, we love for it, we light lights for it. We know that a small light is possible to enlighten a large darkness, and we can be those little lights in the world. So the fourth year, now we need somebody to open the door to welcome in Elijah. Has anybody never done that? Do we have anybody who's never had the opportunity? Thank you. Would you go to the front door of the building and just open it and just keep an eye out for Elijah? And while you're there, thank you, go to the front door by our security guard. It's New York, we have an unusual setup. What can I tell you, right? And with the door being open, join me on the top of page 121. We open our doors and our hearts to welcome Elijah to our homes. Elijah, the eternal wanderer, is given a momentary respite and a drink from his cup before continuing his endless quest for the end of days. Elijah, the eternal companion of the Jewish people, will herald the Messianic age. In the meantime, he reminds us of the hope he carries. He reappears at moments when the hope is tangible, at the Seder and at the birth of children. And page 122. 122, yes. And we acknowledge both Miriam and Elijah. Miriam, whose reflection in our world is water, is wells of water that nourish and make possible survival and nourishment. Both Elijah and Miriam become our beacons towards the possibility of full and healthy living without oppression and suffering. Page 119. Now we need somebody else to go and get our friend who has opened the door to tell her she's back?
Yeah,
Oh, you're back. Oh, you're back. Great. Thank you. Wonderful. Didn't want you to think you had to stay out there for it. And now we go back to Hallel. Again, those psalms that have accompanied us in moments of great joy, but also moments of great despair. And they become the location for us to live when we don't have words, either in moments of great joy or great despair, but they stay with us. So page, which one are we doing, Sam?
124.
124.
Adonai zecharanu yevarech et beit Yisrael, yevarech et beit Aharon, yevarech yirei Adonai hakatanim hagedolim, Yosef Adonai aleichem, aleichem ve'adreichem, beruchim atem l'Adonai, oseh shamayim ba'aretz, השמיים שמיים לאדוני, והארץ נתן לבני אדם, לא המתים יהללויה, ולא כל יורדי דומה, ואנחנו נברך יה, מעתה ועד עולם, מעתה ועד עולם, יהללויה.
Min HaMeitzar, Psalm 118, page 128.
המיצר קראתיה ענני והמרחביה מן המיצר קראתיה ענני והמרחביה עודך כי ענית אני ותהי לי לישועה עודך כי ענית אני ותהי לי answer me. Aneni, answer me. Aneni, answer me. Aneni, Ozi וזמרת
Page 129, third line from the bottom. My strength is my song. Yah, who has been a help for me, a source of my help. My strength is my song. God will be with me. V'zimrat Yah, vayehi li lishua. Ozi v'zimrat Yah, vayehi lishua. V'zimrat Yah, vayehi li lishua. Page 131. Page 130. Third line from the top. Pitchuli. Open for me gates of justice. Let me come in through those gates of justice.
מאת אדוני הייתה זאת, היא נפלאת בעינינו. מאת אדוני הייתה זאת, היא נפלאת בעינינו. זה היום עשה אדוני, נגילה ונשמחה בו.
This is the day God has created. Let us celebrate it. Let us be joy, feel joy.
נגילה ונשמחה בו.
Page 131 in the middle of the page. Still in Psalm 118. It's a big psalm.
Ana Adonai Hoshiana, Ana Adonai Hoshiana, Ana Adonai Hatzlichana, Ana Adonai Hatzlichana.
Responsive psalms work better when his partner can sing. So here I am. It's a little, I'm sorry, Sam. I'm sorry. I blew it. Okay, I'm sorry.
You really didn't. I did.
I'll take the blame. I want to pause before we do Baruch Haba for 1 minute as we come to the coming closer and closer to the close of this service. This Psalm 118 is the end of Hallel, which we say on any number of very important occasions. But in 2 weeks, my beloved Sam Rosen is going to become a cantor. It's 2 weeks away. And I've had this incredible joy of being able to work with him as a student for these last 2 years, of knowing him before he went to cantorial school. And you know how much Joyce and I feel about you, Sam. But these words of Baruch Haba, this congregation gives to you. When you walk down that processional on May 8th and you move in this incredibly powerful transition from being a student to being a full-time cantor, to being a cantor, it has nothing to do with a job, it's who you are. It is one of the most profound, will be one of the most profound moments of your life. It's not a small act. To study for the number of years you've studied, anybody can do that. That's, it's a matter of following steps, completing tasks. But Sam, you bring such deep spirituality, such menschlichkeit, such deep musicality to everything you do. We are so deeply grateful here at CBST that Sam will be our full-time cantor as of August 1st, when he gets to take a month off. We let him have. But I really want to focus on this psalm for a moment, because this will be the psalm. Joyce, will you be playing it, or you're just leading? You'll be conducting the HUC chorus when he walks down. Baruch haba b'shem Adonai. Blessed are you who comes in the name of God. And that is you, Sam. What you do is in the name of God. Berachnuchem mibeit Adonai. We bless all of you who are in the house itself of God. God is eternal. That eternal presence gives us light. You are my God, and to you I offer thanks. My God is the one I revere. Give thanks to the Holy One, because it is Tov. Tov is the deepest word in Hebrew for good, for the essence. It means the essence, the very essence of goodness. Forever and ever and ever, God's love will be everlasting for you. 2 weeks, Sam. That's pretty amazing. Baruch haba, page 131.
Baruch b'shem Adonai, Baruch haba b'shem Adonai, Beirachnuchem, Beirachnuchem mi beit Adonai, Beirachnuchem, Beirachnuchem mi beit Adonai. El Adonai vaya'er lanu, Yisru chag bavotim, ad karnot hamizbeach. Baruch haba b'shem Adonai, Baruch haba b'shem Adonai, Beirachnuchem, Beirachnuchem mi beit Adonai, Beirachnuchem, Beirachnuchem mi beit Adonai. Eli ata ve'odeka, Elohai arom meka. Eli ata ve'odeka, Elohai arom meka. Baruch haba b'shem Adonai, Baruch haba b'shem Adonai, Beirachnuchem, Beirachnuchem mi beit Adonai, Beirachnuchem, Beirachnuchem mi beit Adonai. Hodu l'Adonai ki tov, ki le'olam chasdo. Hodu l'Adonai ki tov, ki le'olam chasdo. Baruch haba b'shem Adonai, Baruch haba b'shem Adonai, Beirachnuchem, Beirachnuchem mi beit Adonai, Beirachnuchem, Beirachnuchem mi beit Adonai.
We raise our fourth cup, the final cup. Make sure you have some wine or grape juice. Page 141, and we all read together the paragraph preceding the bracha. Awareness, redemption, and gratitude accompanied our first three cups. The fourth cup is the cup of hope. Hope that next year we will all be free. That next year children and parents, neighbors and nations will turn their hearts to one another. Hope that next year Jerusalem will be a city of peace. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, borei peri hagafen. Page 142, read with me as we prepare to sing the final few songs of the Seder. We'll read this poem by Primo Levi, the great Italian Jewish chemist and philosopher and Holocaust survivor. Together, tell me, how is this night different from all other nights? How, tell me, is this Passover different from other Passovers? Light the lamp, open the door wide so the pilgrim can come in, Gentile or Jew. Under the rags, perhaps, the prophet is concealed. Let him enter and sit down with us. Let him listen, drink, sing, and celebrate Passover. Let him consume the bread of affliction, the paschal lamb, sweet mortar, and bitter herbs. This is the night of differences in which you lean your elbow on the table, since the forbidden becomes prescribed. Evil is translated into good. We spent the night recounting far-off events full of wonder. And because of all the wine, the mountains will skip like rams. Tonight they exchange questions. The wise, the godless, the simple-minded, and the child. And time reverses its course, today flowing back into yesterday. Like a river enclosed at its mouth, each of us has been a slave in Egypt, soaked straw and clay with sweat, and crossed the sea dry-footed, you too, stranger. This year in fear and shame, next year in virtue and justice. Page 134. Right? Page 134.
Adir hu, yivnei beito v'karov, bimheira, v'yameinu bekarov, el b'nei beitcha bekarov. Achur hu gadol hu ivne karov bimheira ve'yameinu bekarov el b'nei beitcha bekarov.
Page 136. Is that right?
So yeah, this next one will be on the screen. It's a song, Quien Supiense Entendiense, which is in English on 136 or 137, and my Sephardic family would do this in Ladino each week. So the words are on the screen. Quien supiense entendiense, alabar al Dios creense, cuál es el uno es el Creador. Baruch Baruch Shemo. Quien supiense y entendiense, alabar al Dios creense, cuáles son los dos Moshe y Aarón, uno es el Creador, Baruch Baruch Shemo. Quien supiense y entendiense, alabar al Dios creense, cuáles son los tres nuestros padres son dos, Moshe y Aarón, uno es el Creador, Baruch Baruch Shemo. Quien supiense y entendiense, alabar al Dios creense, cuáles son los cuatro madres de Israel, tres nuestros padres son dos, Moshe y Aarón, uno es el Creador, Baruch Baruch Shemo. Quien supiense y entendiense, alabar al Dios creense, cuáles son los cinco libros de la ley, cuatro madres de Israel, tres nuestros padres son dos, Moshe y Aarón, uno es el Creador, Baruch Baruch Shemo. Quien supiense y entendiense, alabar al Dios creense, cuáles son los seis días de la semana, cinco libros de la ley, cuatro madres de Israel, tres nuestros padres son dos, Moshe y Aarón, uno es el Creador, Baruch Baruch Shemo. Quien supiense y entendiense, alabar al Dios creense, cuáles son los siete días con Shabbat, 6 días la semana, 5 libros de la ley, 4 madres de Israel, 3 nuestros padres son, 2 Moshe y Aarón, 1 es el Creador, Barajú Baruch Shemo. Que en su piense y entendiense, alabar al Dios creense, ¿cuáles son los 8 días de la Milá, 7 días con Shabbat, 6 días de la semana, 5 libros de la ley, 4 madres de Israel, 3 nuestros padres son, 2 Moshe y Aarón, 1 es el Creador, Barajú Baruch Shemo. Que en su piense y entendiense, alabar al Dios creense, ¿cuáles son los 9 meses de la preñada, 8 días de la Milá, 7 días con Shabbat, 6 días de la semana, 5 libros de la ley, 4 madres de Israel, 3 nuestros padres son, 2 Moshe y Aarón, 1 es el Creador, Barajú Baruch Shemo. Que en su piense y entendiense, alabar al Dios creense, ¿cuáles son los 10 mandamientos de la ley, 9 meses de la preñada, 8 días de la Milá, 7 días con Shabbat, 6 días de la semana, 5 libros de la ley, 4 madres de Israel, 3 nuestros padres son, 2 Moshe y Aarón, 1 es el Creador, Barajú Baruch Shemo. Que en su piense y entendiente, alabar al Dios creyente, ¿cuáles son los 1 es el Creador, Barajú Baruch Shemo.
Woo! Pesach songs, so many of there are these counting songs or number songs or list songs. And our final one for tonight, page 139, we'll sing in a combination of English and a little bit of Aramaic to add another language to the list. That Ladino is fantastic. Do we have any Spanish speakers here? Was it understandable? Yeah, it's pretty amazing, huh? Isn't that amazing? So we're so lucky to have Sam bringing so much of Sephardic culture to CBST. Okay, page 139.
Chad Gadya, there came a Zuzim. Chad Gadya, there came a cat and ate the kid my father bought for 2 Zuzim. Chad Gadya, then came a dog and bit the cat that ate the kid my father bought for 2 Zuzim. Then came a stick and beat the dog that bit the cat that ate the kid my father bought for 2 Zuzim. Then came a fire and burnt the stick that beat the dog that bit the cat that ate the kid my father bought for 2 Zuzim. Then came a water and quenched the fire that burnt the stick that beat the dog that bit the cat that ate the kid my father bought for 2 Zuzim. We don't have part of that. Then came an ox and drank the water that quenched the fire that burnt the stick that beat the dog that bit the cat that ate my father's bought for 2 Zuzim. Then came a slaughter and killed the ox that drank the water that quenched the fire that burnt the stick that beat the dog that bit the cat that ate the kid my father bought for 2 Zuzim.
These all have to be done in one breath.
Then came the angel of death who killed the shochet, who killed the ox that drank the water that quenched the fire that burnt the stick that beat the dog and bit the cat that ate my father bought
for 2 Zuzim. Now here's the big one. We need a very big breath. Then came the Holy One and killed the angel of death who killed the shofar, who killed the ox, that drank the water, that quenched the fire, that burnt the stick, that beat the dog, that bit the cat, that ate the kid, my father, born for Jews. Chag Gadya, Chag Gadya. Now our Seder is complete. Every requirement fulfilled. Has anybody here ever been to a longer Seder? Yes? Okay. Oh, too bad. I'm trying to beat a record here. Okay. You want to stay? You're not done. Just as we have been privileged to observe it this year, may we continue to do so in years to come. You who are pure, dwelling on high, raise up your peoples. Soon bring your offshoot strong, redeem to Zion in joyous song. Page 144.
לשנה הבאה בירושלים, לשנה הבאה בירושלים, לשנה הבאה בירושלים, לשנה הבאה בירושלים בשלום, לשנה הבאה בירושלים, לשנה הבאה בירושלים, לשנה הבאה בירושלים, לשנה הבאה בירושלים בשלום.
Chag Sameach, everyone, and deep thanks again to Jason Zivik up there on our technology, to Sharon Golub, who has been helping run the online community. Chag Sameach to everybody online, to our music director, Joyce Rosenzweig, to our cantorial intern for 2 more weeks, Sam Rosen, and to our CBST staff who has worked so hard, Jesse Katz and Yolanda Podosinsky and Misha Betterman and the whole staff, and to all of you for and to the catering staff, of course, thank you to the catering staff, and to all of you, may this be a sweet Pesach, full of the taste of freedom. Chag Sameach, Shabbat Shalom. We have services tomorrow morning in person here at 10 a.m. that Sam will be leading. I will be here, but not singing. And beautiful davening tomorrow morning. And then our next service after that is Friday night, right? Next Friday night. And for all of you who don't know, every week, 6:30 is our Shabbat service. That is also a Shabbat Pesach service for the 8th night of Pesach. And next Shabbat morning, we have for Shabbat, 8th day of Pesach, a big B-mitzvah of one of our CBST kids. So that's what's happening for the next week. Anything else, Joyce, I should say? Nope. Chag Sameach, everybody. Shabbat Shalom. Thank you so much for being with us.